Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 358th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, December 10th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the Public Teachings in English. My name's Rick Crammond. I'll be a host today. And of course, we are joined as usual with Mr. Mehran Keshe of the Keshe Foundation. And I believe he's ready to go to lead today's workshop. Hello, Mr. Keshe. Are you there?
Yes, good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers program to Keshe Foundation. We are in our 358th session. And in the past weeks and months and years, we have learned a little bit, just maybe a touch on the surface of the knowledge of the universe. The way the world of creation at the level of matter works, and how mankind in time will learn more about its own position and place and its own strength in the world of the creation. The knowledge of man is more or less like every other race in the universe, is accumulation of the learning of the others adding to the knowledge. And at the same time, very much up to recent past, village by village, city by city, and country by country, knowledge was kept. And now with a new method of communication, which is open to man, man has learned to share knowledge across this planet, but still in the dimension of the physical life. In this process, mankind now has entered a new dimension to start sharing knowledge beyond the boundaries of this planet. Mankind is learning to share knowledge not only with the village and the city and the planet, but with the citizens of the universe. In this process, mankind needs to grow. Mankind needs to grow not only mentally, but psychologically, and in a way to understand the work of his life, not depending on a physical condition and physical matter, and on a condition of working through the universal energies that mankind can absorb to live. In the travels of the man in the universe, mankind cannot take trees and plants and animals to eat and slaughter and try to sustain life. For this purpose, we have started teaching that the man become independent of the physical resources, but like the rest of the
Hello, Mr. Keshe. I think your microphone clipped out there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yes. For mankind to learn to use the field forces of the universe and in interaction and accumulation of some to become the user of these for his existence in the cycle of travel in the depth of the universe. Many years and many years of the man's life is spent in worrying how he will survive the next day. What does he need to absorb from the physical dimension of this planet to exist one more day? Where the water comes from? Where would his oxygen come from? Where his air he breathes will come from? Where is his food will come? Where will his heat and the warmth and where the security of his life will come from? These are the shortcomings of the life of the man in the dimension of physicality. Where mankind can learn to live in the dimension of the universe, where the energies of the universe has converted to become that air, that plant, that animal, that heat that he needs to live his physical dimension. The teaching of the Keshe Foundation in past months and years has been to bring mankind rapidly to this level, to learn to live like many and most of the living entities in the universe, using the universal energy, which means what is available as fields in the dimension of existence, in the dimension of time, space, and the place where he will be. In the past weeks and the past months, we have seen evolution and the rapid changes in the cycle of mankind, which he never knew. We used to be locked down in the cities and in the castles to protect ourselves from the enemies. And now, after centuries, we are locked down in our cities with the open doors, but we have made castles by the governments and by the forces that mankind cannot move. In a short time, as the farms will not be farmed, as there have been forces to do it, the animals will not be there because of the conditions created. Gradually, in next times to come, there will be a shortage of food. There will be shortage of clean water. There will be gradually condition who can afford these kind of lives. We used to have disasters, calamities, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, meteorites, and we cope with it. But this time, man has made his own volcanic eruption of his own destruction in the course and the dimension of introducing, enforcing fields and the energies that has disturbed the cycle of life. What we see from 12 months ago to today, the whole structure of this planet has changed. The way we used to live has changed. The way we used to think has changed. We could stay for 2 weeks holidays for a time. Now we are enforced to 2 weeks and 4 weeks, and now many businesses locked down and not knowing when we'll be back to work. We see in this process families and people will run out of food because they will not be able to afford to pay. They have not worked. Governments will run out of money trying to support this higher scale levels of supporting their nationals. Very few nations have the reserves to stand long-term process. Then it comes on the process of who has, who can serve and be useful to society, can have the light to live. Mainly through the process of food, mainly through the process of the health, mainly through process of being able to pay, and we only pay those who serve us. One of the biggest problems for mankind has been to go through the process of overcoming this virus, which has been introduced in any shape or form and name, and is to reality and the truth in so many ways we do not know how, and the way it has spread one planet in less than 1 day. The records show that the virus was spread simultaneously within a very short time right across the planet, and was detected according to the strength where it was enhanced. 29th of December last year, we saw it in China. Suddenly it popped up in Iran, and then the whole planet is in the grip of it. The data shows it was with us last October. The data show us the initial cycle was seen in September. Now, we're heading for another few weeks and months after the cycle of the second generation of foods which cannot be supplied to hunger. We see the cycle of the change needs to come in, that mankind is ready for that eventuality and maybe to change the course before the eventuality arrives. Last year, on the 24th of January, I gave a gift to humanity. 1 cup, 1 life. To save the life of the man from the process of the overcoming the virus, what we call, that we could survive it. We have saved millions of lives. In China, we started. In Iran, the progress is still the same. People trying to help. In all over the Europe, knowledge seekers have gone to that step, trying to teach 1 cup, 1 life, to save life from the virus and the viruses. But now we have come 12 months later to the position of where the food comes from. Today, for the first time, we teach you the principle of 1 life, 1 cup, 1 food. Which means from today you can feed yourself irrespective of any condition on this planet and beyond. Today's teaching is to teach man how to feed himself on the levels of the energies of the universe. Understanding the process of life, how in the world of creation, in one way or another, life can be sustained. I try to be very clear how we go about teaching you to serve, to save your life in the depth of space, and in time is your responsibility to translate it in the physical dimension of the man. You got to understand, in the process of the universe, we do not feed the physicality, we feed the soul of the man. That through the soul of the man feeds the soul of the physicality of the man, that it feeds the physical dimension at any position and time and space in the universe. One of the most important points that the world of humanity has forgotten is the fact that the man has always been a passenger of the universe. We've always been travelers. As many times we have said, man travels the depth of the universe every second of his existence. We're traveling at 1,000,000 kilometers and now in the galaxy and the universe. So we have to understand what has been coming to us in traveling into the universe, what has been coming to us and we were not aware of it. Was and is virus another way that certain energies of the certain levels in a certain position of the galaxy and the universe releases energies we call viruses that our body cannot stand because it's something new. We go through summer and spring and we come across different conditions. Our solar system is traveling within the structure of the galaxy, which itself has its own seasons, it has its own weather and its own condition. And these will affect us. The way when the sun flares can affect us when it changes the dimension of gravitational magnetic field of the galaxy, the same penetrates through the solar system and reaches us. So we receive new energies continuously, which we are not used to. This virus, be it man-made or whatever, in the interaction of the fields of solar system with this environment of its galaxy, or its galaxy entering a new dimension, or its galaxy becoming in a tornado or a volcanic eruption of the fields of its structure, will affect us. We will receive new energies, we call it new viruses. How are we going to survive these? How, in the depth of the universe, when we travel and we come across new conditions, how do we develop a system, a structure that our soul stays in charge? That is, soul of physicality stays within it, protected by it till the calamity is over. Be it on Earth, we are used to hurricanes for a few days, change of weather for a few weeks. In the universe, the days of human being runs hurricanes for years. How are we going to survive these rapid developments? We know our star, the solar system, is getting pulled into the center of its galaxy. And so, as we go deeper into the center, we absorb higher, we interact with the higher energy field forces that we are not used to. But we have a structure called the soul of the man, which can create that protection, and it can create that cycle of life. Does not matter how many years this hurricane, this tornado, and this volcanic eruption of the fields of the galaxy or the universe last. In a way, with the new knowledge, we prepare man to be able to survive, not the shortcoming of the lack of food on this planet through a virus for a few days or weeks or months, but be able to stand the changes and travel the space of the universe for thousands of years. If mankind understands the process of the teaching of today, mankind becomes independent of the food supply in a matter state from today on. We teach you the principle. It's for you to decipher, it's for you to understand, it's for you to teach rapidly across the world. The way you taught, the way mankind to use a cup of life to overcome the virus, now with this one cup, one food, one life, mankind can teach the others to become independent of the resources of the planet or anywhere else. Eating will become a luxury if we want to, but coming to understand when we eat, we destroy another life which has become part of the cycle of its own generation, we gradually stop. Mankind will move into the new dimension that will not depend on the resources of others to survive, but lives of the free space gap energy magnetic fields which are in the universe and is available to him to survive. If mankind understand the teaching of today, thousands of years will be a second in life of the soul of the man in the dimension of the universe. In so many ways, what we need to understand is to go back to the beginning of the teachings and understand and analyze every step of it. I prepared you for this months ago by teaching you the structure, the 5 cups. The 5 cups was set for you to understand the interaction of the physical energies of your planet, the inertia, then the soul of physicality, and at the end, the physical dimension. There is no life from the point of the gravitational magnetic field of the planet in the dimension of physicality till you hit the structure of the physical life. All is field transfer. Gravitational magnetic field of the earth is a field transfer of a higher order. Inertia is another field transfer of the order. Then the soul of the man is another field of the order. Then the soul of physicality is another field of the order. And then when the order reaches equal to the magnetic gravitational field inertia, which is the physical soul of the planet with the physical soul of the man, man manifests himself in the physical dimension. So, in reality, if we can feed the man in any process, from the gravitational magnetic field of the planet to its physical manifestation, man can survive. Does not need the physicality to manifest itself to feed. He can feed the physicality through the soul of physicality, or through the soul of the man, or through the soul of the planet. This is one of the reasons we see so much killing on this planet, as the soul of the planet, through its combination of the fields and the position and the diversity of the life, has not managed to feed the soul of the man. That the man in physical structure becomes the same as the rest of the passengers of the universe, where it can tap into the field. Has this virus been a blessing for you to understand it's time to move? As mankind never moves till it's put into a corner and pushed to? Or is mankind ready to accept in one stroke, in one drawing of a pen, to join the universal community, at least in the level of not consuming, not to kill, not to destroy another life, to guarantee his life, to guarantee the extension of the survival of the physical dimension? What needs to be? 2 points. If you add to the strength of the soul of physicality, would you change the dimension of the physical life? If you increase and add to the dimension of the soul of the man, would the process of the manifestation of life in a dimension of the physicality move further? That the life does not need to manifest itself in a physical dimension at the time, the place, and the space, what we call planet Earth, or anywhere else in the universe. In a way, by changing the strength of the soul of the man, or changing the strength of the soul of physicality of the man, we dictate the point of manifestation of the man in the physical dimension. In the teaching of today, from now on till 21st of March, when the new cycle of life starts on this planet, mankind has to rapidly develop the understanding of life. I take away from those who do not and will not follow the procedures, as they will be deprived of the knowledge through their own soul and their own misconduct. Mankind has to take this step. This teaching of today would have been introduced a long time ago, but humanity was not ready for it. Mankind was not ready for it. As I've said many times in past few months and years, move to the fields. Don't look at the physical condition. Don't look at the reactors. Look at the dimension of the strength of the fields of the universe that you can tap into. In the process of One Cup, One Life, for the first time, we let you feel directly the energies within the structure of the universe. We made within the structure of the cup an independent universe that you could tap into and take energy from. We extended it to cup number 2. We extended it to the 5 cups. And the existence of the 5 cups was important for you to understand the way this structure works, the way fields are transferred. When I put the structure of the 5 cups together, for you, was not for you to stack it up, was for you to understand the field flows within the universe. But as usual, mankind went for physical structure. Could you please allow me to access the sharing of the screen, please? In this process, mankind became more entangled with its own dimension of how things will revolve. Rick, can I have access to, on both channels, to the share screen, please? In this process, we shared more and more knowledge. We shared more and more understanding of the totality, and in so many ways, as we brought the structure of the one cup, one life, and converted it to the structure of what we call the human or horizontal animals, we saw one thing. You all looked how to make shelves and racks in your houses to have this to see what comes in the cup. But in fact, what we were trying to teach you was all the time, how do the fields flow in this structure? What is the interaction of the flow of the fields between this and this, or with this and this? But as usual, mankind became too entangled in seeing what is produced in the cup. The reason we introduced this technology was for you to gradually become familiar with the field flows within the structure. We showed you how to produce sets for what we call vertical animals and horizontal, and then the matter, then the gases and the liquids. None of you have followed the process of the gases and the liquids, as your knowledge is not gathered to be, even though it was explained. Because if you would have had the knowledge to go further beyond the gases, you would have reached the position of the structure of the fields in the dimension of the fields of the universe. And you were happy just to see this, because you could relate to. And so we stopped till more and more people understood. And some of the misguided people took everything with it to confirm their meager existence. But in reality, the understanding of the process of the fields in the universe was the cornerstone of this teaching of all these 5 cups. To see how the fields flow, not only in, but how the fields interact. To see how the fields will circle, and to see how the fields will gather from the universe into the system. But as usual, you all missed. All got entangled in physical positioning and all the rhetoric we saw. When we moved from the human or animal life with a heartbeat which is in motion, to those who compromise and in a way keep themselves grounded, but they, let's say, they leg loose in the air as a vertical people. Then we understood the structure of the creation of the matter state of the same. In so many ways, there is no difference in between the 3, except we decide which part will receive most of the energy, and the way it receives the energy from which fields and what dimension in respect to the gravitational field of the planet and the universe. In the cycle of man, we position the soul on the top, where it receives more energies from the dimension of the universe due to the dynamic structure of his soul and his physicality. Where with the plants, the soul is embedded in interaction with the fields of the earth and is more limited in the structure, in motion of fields, as the gravitational magnetic field of the planet has a direct say in what his soul can absorb. It's a compromise. You feed me, I stick with you and get something for you, or with a man, I walk and I give back when I'm ready. In so many ways, at the point of death, we give what we collected back. in the physical dimension. This is why the plants and the trees can last for centuries, as they do not make the compromise, and they have already made themselves prisoners to the magnetic gravitational fields of this planet. They already accepted the lockdown from the point of inception. So we see trees lasting 500 years, 1,000 years, or 2,000 years, where man moves and does not want to agree with, and moves his soul till the energies of the soul and the interaction of the field of the planet break away, and man becomes the traveler of space in the dimension of the soul of the man, and becomes free from the shackles of the planet. Now, once we have shackled ourselves to this planet, it comes the point of we are vulnerable. We are at the mercy of his movement through his dimension of his field, and does not matter where we run, he has captured us. We are encapsulated in his forces, and we abide by his rules. Today's teaching frees man from the shackles of this planet and makes man in a way open, but is still shackled to the field force of the central line of the universe. Then man changes one prison to another. The prison of the village of the earth to the prison of the city of universe. And in time will join to one nation of the unicos. Each step needs understanding. Each step needs total understanding from now on at the level of the soul of the man, not at the level of understanding of the human race with his limited capacity in the structure of his physical dimension of his brain. In a way, we exchange the brain of the man with the structure of the universe and the solar system. As I thought in one of the private teachings, as I'm preparing each nationality and nation ready for this final point, a very simple structure was explained. If you look at the physical dimension of the man, you will see many similarities. In so many ways, mankind will learn new dimensions. You have to understand how similar the life of the man is to the structure of the universe, as the last time we touched on it in a very simple way. If you look at the brain of the man and a solar system, there is no difference. Solar system has a center, and the fields of it dictates what planet and what things will be within it. The soul of the man in the structure of the brain does the same thing. With interaction, what we call here Earth or Mars, we call here emotion of laughter or emotion of joy, or center where memory is carried. But we keep a dynamic structure within the solid structure of the ganses of the matters, and so we don't need billions of kilometers of free space. We do the same job within few centimeters in the condensity of what we call the ganses of the structure of the brain of the man. In fact, when you look at the structure of the brain and the solar system, there is no difference. The only difference we see is that the man has committed himself to shackles of this planet. So it pulls, and in that process creates the shape of the man. But our own solar system, in a hidden way we don't see now, has the same contact on the tail, which shackles itself to its galaxy, and the same happens with the galaxy which shackles itself to its unicos. and the universe which existed. And our universe does the same with the unicause directly to structure of the creation of the creator of the field. What we call creator, the God, is the point where the source of the energies not only go to, but it comes from too. And in extension reaches the man. We are a branch of a branch of a branch of another branch that leads to the creation of our physicality and soul. In a way, as our soul is free in the dimension of interaction, now it has to learn how to tap, like the stars and the galaxies, into the universal original field. Then life in the dimension of the tangibility of physicality is irrelevant. As you decide what energies you tap into and what energies you are prepared to give to the others, that guarantees the survival of your center point, your star, your soul. In the teachings of past years, that's all we are taking you to show, as I've said many times in teaching, is the quantity which dictates the existence. The smaller amount, you become an electron. The bigger amount of the same in, you become a proton, and the bigger amount of in, you become the soul of the man, and the bigger amount you become a solar system in the sun, and so forth. It's the scale of magnitude of being able to hold two, but in origin and essence, all starts from the same strength. That it pins down everything together. We are not connected in the dimension of what we call gravitational magnetic field by this, but in fact, man has always been shackled by this. In a way, what we have not understood, and it's been the point of dismay and short life on this physical dimension, as a maghrab, we always looked that at this level we become physical, but this has a connection to the center. And so, in fact, we always have to look where we've been pinned, not where we release. Even though the point of release is shackled to the center. These points are fundamental to be understood if the man of the earth would like to live and survive in the span of universe. From now on, once you understand the process, you will understand one thing. A simple principle. In fact, there has been no change. It's just the man who has tried to put physicality to it. And in a way, whatever you like. We have changed the womb of the mother to the womb of planet Earth, and the womb of planet Earth to the womb of the universe. And this is the process that in these teachings we try to take you. That the man should have no fear, as he was born in a liquid state of the womb of the mother into the gaseous level of the planet. Now he can learn, he can survive directly in the span of the universe, directly in where it would like to be. In the process of coming time, by March and on, we teach you how to feed the soul of the man. That the soul of physicality gives life to the dimension of physicality within atmosphere condition of the womb of the mother. But the physical birth will not be there if the man chooses. But physical birth will follow as you control and elevate the soul of the man. We teach this for those who become the mothers of the universe, to create life in the universe and not on this planet. To be able to cross and decide in which way they want, and they dictate the life. But there is one proviso to this teaching. Man has come and has to become peaceful. Those who betray us will receive nothing. The biggest punishment in the world of universe, in the world of creation, is not receiving the knowledge. There is no punishment worse than not receiving the knowledge of the creation in a progressive manner. This is why in my talks last week, I explained some nations will be deprived of knowledge. That's the biggest and the worst punishment can ever be served through the will of the Creator. It means you see, but you'll never understand. You see others passing you, but you're the passengers to watch. You're never part of, because your intellect becomes your pain, not to be evolved. This is needed for, as we see these cycles will come, that these become misconduct in the future, so we stop that forever. This is the way we protect the rest of the creation. In the past was races and groups punished. Now we don't punish. We just don't give the knowledge and the elevation that in the future that the same misconducts will not be carried away, can be done by. And this is how man itself has imprisoned itself on this planet through his misconduct. Tribes and the nation of misconduct will not receive the knowledge. That's all. They deprive themselves from it, not enforced by us, but by their own misconduct. So man, when he goes into the span of universe, has to remember one point. That never reach to the point that you become in the position of not receiving the knowledge of the Creator. This is why you serve. That by serving, you never cross the line of not receiving. You cannot bribe your way through. In the process of the teaching of today, step by step, I teach you for you to fully understand. As the head of the Keshe Foundation says many times, you teach, but you don't explain to be understood. Now I explain to be understood, that there is no mistakes in the understanding of the knowledge of the feeding the man in this dimension in any position in the universe. First, in the first steps, I teach you how to feed yourself on this planet. Many people have tried to feed themselves with the ganses. We've seen people in China for weeks and months and years have managed to sustain. We've seen handful of people across the planet have managed to understand in absorbing the fields of the universe and living without. But now we teach collectively. But step by step from today, we take you through that point. And then through that, we teach you to understand the process of the creation, to tap into universal energy. What we call universe is a collective fields which leads to the creation of totality. in so many ways. If you go back to all the teachings in the past weeks, in the past months, and in the past 7 years, as we say, and we always said, it takes 7 years to build a solid structure. When they build a mosque, when they build a church, a good church takes 7 years to complete, that it gathers and it settles in the totality. And this year is the 7th year of the Keshe Foundation in teaching. And now we settle for mankind to understand the completion of the cycle. Go back to every word and every essence of the teaching. Understand step by step of it, not just copycat it. Understand how and the way you nanocode, why you nanocode, the way you nanocode, the reason the steps are put in there for you to do. Understand the total process of how you create a perfect Gans. And then understand the process of how to interact these perfect Ganses, that you create a perfect supply of energies, that it becomes your food. And then, as I said last week, take the reactors away and understand how you can feed yourself. If you remember in the teaching of last week, in a very touching way, I explained about the 4 cores, where the star formation was done. Now, what we always said, look at the fields which they create in interaction with each other and in totality with one share point. Star formation is the key to life in the universe, where you can give and you can take. This is one of the ways we have shown in the structure of the life of man in a hidden way, as a father, a mother, a son, and a daughter. If the mankind understands this, mankind has walked half of the way to becoming the passengers of the universe. If 4 souls can balance and share fields in the total understanding of a love of a father and a mother, a son and a daughter, the family as a whole can create the position of self-feeding, self-space conditioning. In a way, we work with the fields and not with the matter state. Mankind has to go through this process to understand. And in a way, when you put the 4 together, the 5th is the soul of the totality and the creation. And this is why we created 5 cups. As one cannot exist without the other, and one cannot be developed without the other. Go back to the understanding of the 5 cups. Go back in the structure which were set and understand how you can use the 5 cups to create the condition of what we call star formation. If you look at the structure which we gave you from the beginning, it was simple. The life of the man is structured this way. And the life of the man has been put in this sequence. First of all, we saw the structure of one thing. We brought in the structure of the horizontal people, or what we call human race. We see the position of the soul, we see the position of the soul of physicality, we see the position of the physical body as now is interaction between the soul of the man and the soul of the planet. And we see how the dimension of the inertia, which is of the smallest order of the existence, physical condition, dictates the manifestation. That's why the cup 3 and 4 are together. And then we see how the two souls, in a way, in their operation, they interact and create physical life. And we see how the two souls dictate. So what is important in the structure is this, the soul of the man. The rest, in a way, if you look at it, this can be gravitational magnetic field of the solar system, or the galaxy, or the universe, depending on the point and the position and the strength. The soul of the man will not change. It's the mass. Then the condition of the environment, gravitational magnetic field, will create the inertia. And the interaction between these will create the manifestation of the physicality, if the soul of the physicality come to a level of understanding and agreement in field forces balance with the soul of the man. It just depends where mankind decides to reside this field force, in which point that man can manifest itself as a vertical, horizontal, matter state, gaseous or liquid, or fields of the universe. As the mass, the field forces of the soul of the man is sacrosanct and will not change. The mass on Earth or on the moon or in the galaxy is always the same. It's the weight which changes. We call it weight, but in fact it's the physical manifestation which changes according to the interaction with the field force of its planet or its position. If we go to the next step in understanding, then what do we have? We have the same structure, but in a different shape and form. We go from the human to the matter state. Again, we look for one thing, and that is the soul. Again, the position and interaction of the field forces with the position and time creates the dimension of physicality. We have gone further in the same process in understanding the field forces of vertical people. Again, we see the same coordination and the same way. We brought it close, so the fields have to go somewhere. This is why plants become vertical. In the life of the man, we put a cap as the skull of the man, and the body goes down towards the gravity. In the creation of the vertical people, the skull is gravitational field of the planet, which forces the vertical combination of the structure. That is why the skull of the man, in so many ways, not necessarily just the physical structure, but field forces which contains the brain of the horizontal people, dictates this position and the field force. Now we understand why we go down to the earth and the plants and vertical people go up, because we put a cap in which way the field forces of the creation of the soul move. They have to connect, and this way they connect to the line of the universe. Now we can understand the next step in the condition of the life in the universe. We take the dimension and the direction of the soul of the man in respect to each individual condition. And in the process, we unravel the secret of the creation and feeding the man. One cup of energy, and not necessarily one cup as a physical cup as the man look, will feed the man. In the process of the soul of the man, we see dimension of the fields. Rick, can you put this in the center of the picture and hold as I add, and then bring it in, please? Then we place this at the center. With it, man lives on this planet and universe on the dimension of the physical life of the environment, the inertia affected condition of the environment of the place. And it needs at least 3 fields to be able to complete the survival. And for the time being, it's enough for man to teach, to feed himself on the planet Earth, where he puts the cup of the soul of the man in the center. Then you add the cup of the physical soul of the man on one side. Then you add the cup of the physical soul of the matter state in one cup. And you add the physical soul of the vertical on one side. In a way, mankind makes what is known and we all have come to understand as the star formation of the soul of the man cup, the soul of physicality of the man, soul of physicality of the matter state, and the soul of physicality of the vertical people. Rick, could you, in your background, create this with the 4 pictures I put on just before from each cup of the soul, please? And bring it on the screen when you're ready, please.
Okay, thank you.
In a way, now we have to understand with the structure of using the soul of the man without attachment to the soul of the physicality of this planet, what we call Magrav of the planet, as they all have the same common denominator, Magrav soul, with the planet. Now we have created the condition of the fields which we feed through the soul of the man, the soul of the physicality, which the soul of the physicality feeds the physicality of the man. If man understood this, no one should sleep hungry from today.
Excuse me, Mr. Keshe, could you give me the cup 4 again, please? And I can clip that out and attach it.
I'll give you all 4 to see and pick as you like. And if you understand this, and if you go through the process and understand the totality of the knowledge, mankind has reached the point of maturity that no nation will keep one in ransom for the food or energy or medicine. In totality, we free man from the shackles of this planet. For mankind to become the passenger of the universe, mankind needs to understand the gravitational magnetic field forces of the position and destination. Then, through the structure of feeding the soul, will create, if he needs or wants to, in any dimension of the physical matter or life in that position in the universe.
Is there a cup 4, Mr. Keshe, or what am I missing?
You have 4 cups. You have 4.
I've got cup
You
1,
have,
soul, cup 2.
it's the soul of the man, is a cup physicality, soul of physicality of the vertical, soul of physicality of the horizontal, soul of physicality of matter state. There's 4 of them there. The first one, put the first one in the center and the other 3 around it. It says cup 2 because 2 of them carry cup 2. That's your confusion. If you look at it, one is a winding, one is a flat plate. In this process, you have a problem. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I thought you might come up with this problem. I'll give you the structure, take the 2 corners out. I'll tell you exactly what I mean. I built this picture because I thought you might run into this problem. If you take the 2 top left and right pictures out, you have what I'm looking for. What I mean is, in the picture, take this out and this out. And okay, give me a picture of 3. Okay? In this process, mankind will become to understand the totality of the structure. In this process, mankind become rich with the knowledge of the fields of the universe. You have less than 3 months to learn this, and you will survive everything on this planet. Even the injections, as the body of the man will live through the natural resources of the universe and not what is enforced within it. In a way, this is the key. One of the ways to be able to survive the span of the universe. As in life, in the span of the universe, mankind will become dependent on the fields of the universe. By 1st of March, by 21st of March, we will unravel the final point. Many of you might think you will reach there, but this knowledge will be kept away from man till that time. Even the soul reaches the point of maturity. In that position, we will teach more, that mankind becomes independent of the sources of any position in the universe, where he will learn to tap into universal fields I need to tap in the direction of the knowledge to the Creator. Thank you very much. I wanted the cup one in the middle. Yeah, just shift it a little bit and move the other one a little bit down, that we stand in a better position. Yeah. As you can see, the star formation of the structure which you have already worked within makes shape and makes clarity of life. The reality and the condition is how you connect these field forces of these cups together, that it leads to the creation of the fields that mankind can live within its environment. How you connect what to where and how will give you the energy field forces that within this you will survive. In so many ways, understanding of the totality sits within the structure of the feeding the soul of the man. As I've said for a long time, that through the structure of the soul of the man, you feed the physicality. You have a life which depends on all structures, and one which is of the matter state becomes important for one. Because if you look, the soul of the physicality of the man and the soul of the physicality of the matter sits in cup 2. Then you understand why the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality of the vertical sits between 2 and 3, where the same shall be here. There is one essential point. When you understand and you start developing this to the point of feeding the man, the clue is very simple. All connect to one point. In a way, now you understand how through the soul of the man you feed the soul of physicality. As the life of the man on this planet has become part of this structure. In fact, we don't put the structure of the air and the liquid here, because in its structure, these two carry that within. Body of the man carries the liquid, and the plants and the man both carry the gases. So within these two structures, we see the two which you do not see, but in fact, between them, they create a dynamic condition, which is the condition of the liquid and the gas. In the process of understanding the totality, now you can see possible and the way to feed your soul. That through your soul, the dimension of your physicality shall be fed. And in that process, you shall exist. In a way, you tap to the line of the souls. This is the cup of food, the cup of energy tapped into the line of the universe, where the plant will take through its soul from the fields of the universe. The matter taps in the totality into the energy and the fields of both, and where the man has shackled himself into the earth conditioned by the control of the fields of it. Then, what is left for you to understand and in next months to test and enlighten each other is, where do we connect all these together? In which way? Many combinations. You will connect it according to the strength of your soul. You connect it in a way that it gives the energy that your soul can withstand to support the soul of physicality, that it can feed the man. But at all time, you have to remember one thing: the balance in the field forces of the soul has to be followed. Then you see how you can tap in and connect and feed your soul, that you will not feel hungry, as your soul will tap in and feed the soul of physicality and the physical dimension of the man. Be wise in choosing the elements of your cup. Because how will you choose these will give you the taste, the energy, and the joy in what your soul will be happy with through the dimension of connection of the two souls. Where you do not need to drink to receive the energy, but being within the environment of it, the energy will be delivered. In the past weeks, I completely and continuously explain to all knowledge seekers, when you make ganses, when you have the ganses in your possession, do not ignore the amino acid on the top, as is the connection between your physical dimension on this planet and its environment. In a short time, as you get educated into the whole understanding of the field forces and your cups, I will teach you something very strange to you today. And that'll be very simple. There shall be no elements in any of these. All be the same. But first, you have to learn to work as you're a physical man, and you have to see how you can play with it. In the next 4 months, you will have no matter elements, as you have to create these conditions in these cups, in no cup, but with the field forces of the universe. That point will reach in the completion and pivotal point on 21st of March to come. By the creation of new cycle of knowledge for humanity and the universe, where both the soul and the physicality will learn and will be taught to live and to be able to transmute between the fields of the universe, between the matter state conformation of manifestation of the physical presence, or the manifestation of the physical presence of the energies, field forces of the soul, without the presence of the manifestation of the physicality. This is why in most of the teaching, even when I said, and we chose the members of Universal Council, I said, mankind will know the members of the Universal Council from their light and not by their physicality. This is where they will have no dimension in the dimension of the physicality for man to see. This is the secret of the knowledge, the cornerstone of the knowledge of the universe. Then, in the coming time, we'll teach you how to travel this soul across the universe. Then, in a more mature way, in a time to come, we show you how we embed this in the soul of the physicality, which carries the soul of the man any point in the universe. The knowledge, the clarity of the knowledge is the hand of the knowledge seekers. Teach this the way you taught the cup of life. And there shall be no man hungry in no nation, in no point anywhere in the universe. But as I said, you will take the knowledge according to your intelligence, according to your intellect, and then you understand according to your intellect and the what we call clarity of the soul. Some of you in that process will see the light of the Creator, as the purity of the conduct will reach that point. As I said recently, you shall see me as I am you. In so many ways, mankind will mature to the next step of maturity of understanding the work of the universe. And thereon, what the man needs to heat himself, what the man needs to shelter himself, what the man need to build cities to abuse the other souls, or would the man become the free passengers of the universe, that through the travel dimension of the soul of the man will communicate in purity of heart, no deception and no lies. I ask a question, and when I'm lied to, I see the soul, but I say the physicality is still weak and wants to hide. But from now on shall be no point of hiding. Even the physicality lies, the soul of the man has to correct it. The day of judgment. In a way, the day of judgment changes to the moment of judgment. And gradually, mankind will learn. There shall be no judges and no court, as the man will judge himself in the court of himself in comparison and in respect to the rest of the creation. Then, when you reach that point, you reach to the level of understanding the soul of the prophet of God on this planet. As you receive the same knowledge in purity and totality as they did at the point of their appointment. Learn how to set these cups up, that through it you shall feed yourself across the universe. But again, do not get memorized by the cups and the rack. Understand the concept, the knowledge, the field forces, and throw away the cups. In so many ways. Maybe you will understand one point, why in the process of the creation, in the process of the teaching of the man, we always created the condition of the Son and the Father. Where the Father is the soul of the Creator and the Son is the Son of the soul of the man. Where the light of the Creator shine through his creation, the Son, the soul of the man. In so many ways, the knowledge is so clear that it has puzzled us how the mankind has got entangled in understanding of a son, not as a son, but as a son, as a light, not as an individual. In so many ways, mankind has got entrapped in again in the dimension of his own physical understanding. I made man in the image of myself as I made my son in the image of myself. So, in so many ways, you will understand that the soul of physicality itself is another dimension in the magnetic field strength in proportion to the soul of the man. As is the sun to earth, as is the creator to the sun. Try to understand the progressive development of the technology, understanding the interaction of the field forces, and with it, learn as of today, one cup, one life, one food, that they feed you across the universe. This is the cup of universe. One cup, one life across the span of the universe is what we enter mankind into. With it, the balance of the field forces will create the dimension of understanding of the motion of the fields and position of the fields within the universe. I've said once before, those who betray us in the dimension of understanding the field forces, they'll create the distance gap themselves by themselves from the point of the creation and nothing more. You shall never reach the destiny, and you will never reach the destination, as you have created that space gap in mistrust, in whatever you call it, in trying to deceive your own soul and nobody else's. The love of the Creator shines all the same. The sun shines at all time. is the earth which decides which part will stay in the darkness on the back. Is not the giving of the sun and the beauty of his attributes of delivering unconditionally. It's the earth which decides which of its citizens will stay in the dark. In the darkness of the knowledge, this is what your soul will do to you, the same as earth. In so many ways, would you like to be the moon in respect to be seen from the earth, that one side always stays in the darkness? And that's what the soul of the man who misconducts will be. In so many ways, the totality of the understanding of the knowledge is how to tap into the universal field forces of the universe, that one can first receive the fields of the universe and through it receive the knowledge. Those who mature to understand the process which is on the screen will find out this is not the knowledge just to feed to survive. You tap into the universal knowledge through the field forces of the universe. In a way, this is a path not only to dimension of existence, but it's the path to the knowledge of the creation. Many of you will fail to cross as you light. Many of you will try to convert and diverge as you cannot find a path, as you have deceived. And many of you will never reach as you have betrayed your own soul, and you have no one to blame for. This is why I always said, you ask, and if you are given, is your right. Then you do not need to steal. You do not need to deceive your own soul to the dimension of misconduct. In so many ways, in the coming weeks, we show more structures that the physical man will be happy with. But remember one thing, how you position and how you place and what space gap you choose between the souls will dictate what you receive. Those who receive and achieve full harmony will see the light of the creation and the Creator, and you shall be with me. Those who deceive and do not understand will have that side in the darkness. When I ask a question, answer the correct way, that you will not be in that position. I ask, is I the soul of the man, not I as me. That in presence of another soul, you have never been ashamed of deceiving your own soul, that they can see if you can deceive your own soul, why you should not deceive me. This is what I said in all the teachings in past years. Souls shall not lie. And as somebody tells me all the time, so the soul can see, but the soul is ashamed to tell you the truth in what he sees, and the deception and lies. It's you who has to be, from now on, the judge of the conduct, not on the day of judgment, on the moment of existence. Then there shall be no court, as you judge correct and you deliver correct in the path of the development of your own soul. The only the only way that the man's soul will not progress will be due to his own conduct and the misconduct between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. As when the soul of the physicality is within the soul of the man, it still is answerable to all his conduct, as now the soul of the man manifests and represents the soul of physicality in the dimension of the creation. By hiding and being part of the soul of the man inside does not make nor the soul of the man nor the soul of physicality to misconduct, as the soul of the man shall never misconduct, as is the representation of the soul of the Creator. The teaching of the today has heard by all citizens of the Unicos, and we salute you to your existence. It has to be understood that we teach through the vibration, through the existence, through the knowledge of the universe and Unicos, not in the presentation, manifestation of the physicality. Even though the Creator has chosen the beauty of the planet Earth for the time being. That time is short, and the mankind has not got much time. You got to understand the creation and the teaching of one cup, one food, is to feed man across the universe and not on this planet. Unless the man chooses the path through the diversion and conversion of the fields within this planet to become the passenger of the universe in a dimension of no physical existence. Otherwise, you'll take into the cars, the donkeys and UFOs, and you still stay with the dimension of the physicality of the conformation of the transformation. As of today, we abolish all religions. And as today, we abolish all kingships and leaderships, as the man from today will take charge of his own soul, as he knows how to look after and feed itself. It's the end of the religions and end of the kingship and leadership, as the man as of today has been mature to reach the point of maturity of understanding the creation and the Creator. And it's upon him to strengthen these fields of the understanding to be correct in conduct. In so many ways. From today, you are responsible for the soul that you have and the souls that you will create as your offsprings in the universe. We shall not allow more than one soul to be created out of one being. Combination of the two shall lead to the creation of the new life. The reason for it being to create a perfect life and a perfect child in the dimension of the creation will take all the resources of the creation, that there shall be no mistake. In so many ways, understanding the totality will take the totality of the two to nourish and to develop that single soul. The soul of the universe depends on the totality of the souls which are created from the boundary and the beauty and the bounty of the fields within it, and not by the choice of the color of the hair and the skin. We move in the dimension of the creation. Those who betray us will sit in their own position, as we said, on the dark side, where themselves deprive their own dimension of the creation. Now, you have been taught, as the rest of the universe, how to move from the dimension of the physicality into the realm of the creation and life of the universe. Now you understand why weeks ago I told you about the cup of life, about the structure of the field of the 5 cups, not about the cups. Those of you who got entangled in the waters and the ganses of it meant you have not even understood. Those of you who start looking in the field interaction, this part from now on will be easy for you to understand unless you become arrogant in understanding of the knowledge. If you understand this, you feed the soul of the man, and with it, you feed the soul of the physicality for the creation and manifestation of the man. You feed the soul of the man to give it the position and the time and the place to travel into the space at the position and the time is your desire. There is no need for transportation, as the magnetic fields of the universe will take you to the position and destination, even into the heart of the soul of your lover, which is the creator. If you understand this, there is no limitation for no soul to reach to that point. We have spoken. And now it's for mankind to decide. Some of you will take time, and some of you will fall flat on your face as you choose the path of physicality and the exile of your souls for centuries to come within the span of the universe. Some of you will take the path to see and be within the path of the Creator and the elevation of the soul. But in all, the creation of the new cycle is about to happen, and there is no way we shall stop. Even for those who lie and cheat to hide the time and the place. In so many ways, if you understand the field process of what is on the screen, and understand in totality the motion of the fields and the reason they move in this dimension and direction, mankind will progress according to interpretation and understanding of the structure. As I said in the teaching yesterday, in Rick's teaching in the workshop, I said the primary stage of the teaching of today, yesterday at Rick's teaching, and I asked him to withhold his teaching till today. As now you understand partially what was taught in his teaching, because there is a secret hidden in that conversation, which is the key to the existence. You might hear it. As long as you don't understand the call of the Creator, you shall be blind to it. The process of us releasing knowledge is through the souls we trust, and to those who give our lives and souls to. In so many ways, it's your responsibility to understand how from today you shall feed your soul and the soul of those who you love and those who you do not know, that no man shall be hungry on this planet from today on, as we have given you the full knowledge. In hunger, you can elevate the soul and the soul of physicality, that no man feels the warmth of the desert or the snow mountains of North Pole, as the physicality of the man becomes in protection of the soul of the man. It's the soul which dictates and decides which one to enjoy. From now on, transportation becomes, in a way, how you travel the span of the universe, more than if you can go from one village to another or one city to another. For this reason, we have brought a new dimension to the power of the Universal Councils. And this is why the Universal Council has been restructuring itself in the past few weeks to be able to take the position which is given to them from today on. All the present religions and their structure are answerable to Universal Council and to be obedient to their wish. This is our wish and shall be done. As we abolish the religions from today on, they need the guidance to go through the transition of developing the souls of those who have followed their path to the point of maturity of understanding. As we have seen the changes in Brazil through a priest and the church start teaching his flock to understand the work of the plasma, that the men of his belief and way will become mature fast in understanding the work of the Creator. In so many ways, we have developed a cycle through the structure of the religions themselves to speed up the process of the teaching of the soul in the coming weeks and months. Now, maybe now, mankind will become wise to the totality of the teaching for past 7 years. And in the next 3 months, till we reach the beginning of the life of the cycle in Northern Hemisphere of this planet, we prepare mankind for arrival of a new knowledge, a new cycle, and a new birth in understanding of the humanity and the rest of the universe. In so many ways, we truly welcome you to understanding of the universal knowledge. That is you who will decide to become its citizens. From now on is the freedom of the man. How you will structure the fields will dictate what you will receive, in what level, as once you achieve and release the fields and receive the fields appropriate to the strength of your soul, then you shall see the light. As the interaction of the fields is as the strength of yours, and you'll be enlightened with the knowledge of the creation. And we shall be waiting for you to see how many of you will shine. Not you as one, but you as the totality of the creation in the universe. I hope today's teaching will bring a new dimension to the knowledge seekers who really and truly seek the knowledge of the creation, not one cup, and not one generator, and not one magnet system, as all is within the teaching of today. I hope with this, we disarm governments and those who want to govern by false fields and those who lie to us and cheat. As from now on, we don't need to look to soul, your physicality will speak the truth. And then, gradually you shall learn how to be correct in conduct, and then learn how to be the citizens of this universe. As I said, in the coming weeks, we teach more in a fundamental way, and it's for the knowledge seekers to start teaching. You taught one cup, one life. Now teach one cup, one universe, in a way to feed yourself from the fields of the universe, that you do not need to depend on this planet and because of it to kill, to lie and cheat. I hope man will start enjoying this trip, as it's been a harsh way for thousands of years to get mankind to this point of understanding that as we speak, our voice is heard by the ear of the man in every corner of this planet, from Brazil to China, from Australia to United Kingdom. Our kingdom covers the span of this planet and beyond, and we shall rule our way through correct conduct and justice. Now you understand who wears the crown of knowledge seeker, to seek knowledge that with it becomes equal to the others. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kesh. I remind our attendees here in the Zoom chat that they can put up their virtual hands so we can allow you to ask a question. You see, there was a couple of questions. Christy had put in the Q&A that when will we get a cup of sun? But I think we should focus more on the on what's been presented here today, perhaps. There was one comment from Manez in the YouTube and stating that they find the making of the cup difficult, and they're thinking they should buy the cup from the Keshe Foundation store. It's available, the One Cup, One Life from the KF store. And what would you suggest to people that have a hard time beginning this process of making the cup? Is it necessary for those people to actually make the cup, or can they make it without the physicality? Mr. Kesh, I think we need to ask you to unmute or do something special there, because see, your hand is up.
Yes, you unmuted me. I couldn't come in.
I'm not sure what happened there. Okay, did you hear the question about the having a difficult time making the cup? Still not hearing you, Mr. Kesh, so I'm not sure. Maybe you got some connections you're working with there. I'll ask to unmute and both of them.
Please.
Whoops. Got an echo there.
Yeah. You muted me and I couldn't get in. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was muted on both channels, so I couldn't speak. Can you repeat that, please, the question?
Okay, the question is regarding the making of the cup, and Manez in the YouTube is saying that, let me see,
the Cup of Lives, all cups now are available from the Keshe Foundation website.
Right.
And we dispatch immediately. There is a stock, so it's just a matter of getting it out. And there's a structure which is built by the Keshe Foundation China. We most probably release it in next week or so. It's completed. That you can make cups of life in the structure of what do you call the what do you call the, like the agricultural unit in mass production. You can make cup 1, cup 2 in that structure. This has been completed as part of the structure of the Keshe Foundation products. We got to understand, we look at the fields of understanding. And the process is actually the way the fields interact and how you create that condition of interaction of the magnetic gravitational field of each structure together. In so many ways, once you lead to 3, that will lead to the creation of the center, the soul itself. This is why, as we said before, if you're in a physical dimension, you create 4. But if you understand the field forces, the working of the universe, the 3 will create the same. As the interaction balance field forces of the 3 will create the 4th, which is the collection of the fields and the interaction with the fields of the universe. Those who mature to the point of understanding the world of the creation and achieve to reach the level of the understanding of the creation will come to one point, to the one point of maturity, where the soul of the man with the soul of the physicality will create a field for balance of interaction, where this field for balance in balancing the 2 will create the 4th. And you can create within the soul of the man a condition of the creation of creator. Only condition, only ever has ever reached this point has been the creator himself. In creating the image of itself, has created the interaction between the 2, and with controlling the position of that has led to creation of the field forces of creation of the universe. Maybe man understands what it means when he say, I made woman out of the ribcage of my own inner being. That with it, I've created a condition of interaction. This knowledge is hidden to man, and man will never understand. Any other question?
Well, perhaps it's appropriate to address the question in the Q&A first from Hassan, and then we have Azar and Gatwa with hands up.
Why
so
do we get the same people all the time?
I knew you were going to say that.
Can we have somebody else?
Well, maybe they need to change their names like you were suggesting.
Yes, I suggest that I'll come as Susie very soon. Yeah, nobody knows I'm there.
Azar could be George, and Gatwa could be
somebody else's.
Who knows? Well, we have a question from Hassan who asks, Mr. Keshe, when you talk about the correct conduct, is this correct conduct the same on Earth and in the universe? I mean by that, if we achieve the correct conduct on Earth, does it mean that we already achieve the correct conduct of the universe? Or are the rules of the universe different than those on Earth? Thank you.
Correct conduct is correct conduct, doesn't matter where you are. understanding what your interaction brings, and being acceptable by the others for the condition you create to be. This is why I keep on repeating it too, as understood fully. When you ask and you are given, you do not create a new condition, as the condition is created by the ones who has given you the permission. As if you are refused, you have to create a condition that is acceptable. As you have been given, it's not your responsibility anymore, as you create a condition that fails for the new arrangement to be set up, that the field forces of the universe take their own position. And this is very hard for many people to understand. Until you don't understand, you suffer, because you see that somebody else's fault is not what I gave the permission to and I agreed with. This is what went wrong with Moses, the same with process of the Christ. Any other question? No more question. Do you want to go for a commercial break?
That would be appropriate, yes.
It gives me to have a cup of tea.
Okay, we will take a break.
Can I invite everyone for a green tea?
Yes, indeed. There you go. Green tea on the house.
Green tea on the house. At least feel the forces of it. This is the beauty of living in China. You understand how to live a beautiful life. Thank you very much. We'll come back after the break.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll take a short break and be back after these messages. Welcome back to the 358th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Okay, Mr. Kesh, are you ready, or do you need a couple more minutes there?
I'm ready and willing. Depends what the questions are.
Well, we have some sort of regular people here. We have Salamia and Dean, and then Gatua and Nazar.
Let's see what Dean has to say, please.
Okay. Dean, would you like to go first?
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Mr. Kesh. Thank you for that that wonderful knowledge that you spread today. You've freed humanity from the shackles of physicality, obviously from feeding itself, its entity. Mr. Kesh, this is a physical. The cups are physical. The universal community, they don't need to make these cups. So when you teach to the universal community, do they just visualize this? Do they just receive this energy? They don't need to physically make the cups, obviously. So humanity is in a physical body and needs the physical cups. But when you teach across, how does that? How do they receive those energies?
What you're trying to ask?
It's a difficult one for me to describe. How do the beings that are present feed from the fields of the planet Earth?
You have to. Let me put my headphone. It's easier to talk. Just one second. Is it better now? And you can't hear me breathing, I hope. No complaint from Mr. Crummond.
No, it sounds
no
good.
breathing in the background.
Good.
Sounds good. Okay. There is a fundamental point which many of you as knowledge seekers talk about it, see it, write about it. You make some systems because you understand it, and when it comes to you, you forget. And that is in the world of science of the plasma, we always say that the stronger, the one which has more field of the higher strength, gives to the weaker. But what does really mean this in the terminology of understanding the man? And that is to receive, you have to be in weaker position or weaker strength, that with it you open the channels to receive. Doesn't mean that you have to be feeble. It means to know what to give at the higher order to receive at the lower. It means man has to become humble. Or the soul, your microphone is open, can you close the microphone please? Or your soul needs to understand its position. And it is the responsibility of the man to understand this. It's not just you make a patch double the size of the other one in the one, and you say the field transfer from one to another, from the stronger to weaker. So if you are the weaker to receive, you have to understand at what level the universe works. That is so humble that it can receive. One of the weakest continuous position is a neutron. As a singularity, it can maintain and live on its own. And there are what we call packages of energies as neutron, which have been from the time of the creation of the universe, and they are still in this universe. And there are neutrons which have been established from the time of the unicos, and they're still in existence. Because they have managed to create a balanced field of giving and taking, that they give enough that they receive as the strength. So when you look and set up these systems, look how humble can you become, that you come even lower than the soul of the system. Otherwise you become the feeder of it. And you say it doesn't work. I made them, but it doesn't feed me. Because you're still arrogant enough to think you made it, so I control it. Now you understand what we said from the beginning. And that is, pray for the systems you make. As by praying to them, you're a servant to them. And with it, you establish the point and the level of humbleness.
Mr. Kesh, can I ask, will the cups, once you make the cups, will it feed just yourself, or can you feed more than one physicality? Can you feed more souls?
Can you make them as humble as you, if you can feed yourself with it?
They need to be giving souls to receive.
You never think I have to give to receive. It's my obligation to give, but without condition. And what do I give? As I was explaining one of the teachings, for past years I've given and taught unconditionally. Never asked for anything. And I released the knowledge of the creation that anyone else would have made a fortune in the paper money of the man. My wealth comes from my spreading the knowledge, not from receiving anything. I survived. I've survived on this planet for thousands of years, and I've seen every position of it, from kingship to a soldier, foot soldier, to a man in the desert under a tree.
Thank you for the beauty of the knowledge and the beauty of your soul, Mr. Kesh. It's the more that the information that you give, the knowledge you give, the more humble we become. This universal knowledge is of such an essence, of such a beauty that for many, they just need to come to this field strength to understand what's being given. And I think, as you know, it's a filtering process that for some, it just takes a little while longer. But we all get to the position at some point.
As I said, it takes some a lifetime of universe, and it takes some a few seconds. And some in the process of life, they mature to it.
You know, you always said, Mr. Kesh, it only takes one. So one pure soul that we have the universal systems, and you produce a way to feed. We have the universal systems that you've given that will produce a soul. That pure soul, is that the soul that's going to, as you said before, change humanity, bring forward a new dimension of non-physicality?
Why do you think only for man, where the Creator thinks about the whole of universe? Why mankind always think he's the only one who's going to receive and move? As I said many times in the teaching, we teach in the voice of the man, but in the soul of the universe.
I think it's because, Mr. Kesh, we always think that the unicos, the beings, would already be in a position to have the knowledge.
Really, the universal community is very much like the human race. We have those who just found out about how to make a knife and how to hunt and how to build a home. And we have those who are based systems that are in space. We don't look at the life as man's life on this planet. We look at the life. You have the animals who just been created in past few days for the first time on this planet. The creation of life in different shape and form never stops on this planet. So it's a combination of the information of the fields, and it's the same in the universe. We have stars which the first seed of life has been seeded on them today, somewhere in the universe. And we have those lives who are ancient time philosophers of understanding some of the knowledge of the creation. There's no difference between the village of Earth and the village of the Unicos. It's a spectrum from those who created new to those who have managed to understand part of. One of the most important things for mankind to understand, maybe out of his arrogance does not want to, is that many animals have more understanding of the world of the creation in the true essence than the human do. And when you see, oh, they do this and that because they understand they're part of the physical structure of the fields of the universe. Just because mankind makes a chair and sit on it does not make him any cleverer than an animal who knows how to travel the span of a continent or a planet to feed itself from one point to another. He understands more about the work of the fields of the universe than the man does. I wonder if I leave you in the middle of the desert, how you find through the magnetic fields of your soul the direction home. But the bird does. Some animals do. The fishes do in the ocean of this planet. Mankind knows very little about the world of true world of creation.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh, for that that knowledge. It always makes me, in my physical body, smile when you speak such wonderful things. And I know my soul. I believe my soul. I know my soul smiles back, shines when you speak those beautiful things. Thank you, Mr. Kesh. Thank you for taking my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kesh, speaking about the creation, Shania asks in the YouTube, could you talk more about the rib issue you mentioned earlier?
This is what has come into the history of the man, that as is in some of the holy books, is that Adam made Eve from the rib of him. And there are many jokes about it over the centuries about this rib and the creator. And in a way, I made my own creation out of myself. For me not to be alone, but for me to have one to love me that I can love, and through it I can create something that will be me in generation or in the cycle to come. As is in the Old Testament. But there are so many things about how this cycle is. In a way, if you talk about the Reb, is having the same but little less that are confirmed by own existence. And if we call the atom the neutron, and in allowing a part of it to call it becomes an electron, then they both can exist as a proton and as an electron. We just change the name. In essence, those days it was very hard to explain this to the man, so it was easy for it to be Adam and Eve, as it came from a Reb. But in fact, it's a process of the generation of life in the universe. Understanding that in the conformation of one coming from the other, it can interact to live within the existence of the environment of itself. That's all. Now we become wiser, we can scientifically see it. That time you couldn't explain to people that the neutron is split into electron and proton. That one can create life out of itself.
Mr. Kesh, there's it snowed again at the top of Linz, where I'm staying, and
it snowed all over Austria, I think, today.
Has it? I have not seen the news, and I'm just looking at the birds. There's loads of little birds feeding off the bird table, and it's just there's a woodpecker climbing up and down a walnut tree, and many interactions, the birds all around, and it just makes me smile. It's that joyous feeling of the beauty of creation in every aspect. It's just so wonderful.
Mr. Kesh, Gatu, I wanted to review the star configuration that we had set up before the break. I had a question about that. Would that be okay?
Yep. I'm not answering it. You're the mechanical side of the whole structure. I think you have to answer it better than I can do.
Well, I'll set up the picture and we'll take it from there. We'll see what the question is from there.
He's going to turn up in your workshops every Wednesday from now on, so you better start now.
Okay, let me see here. What's the best way to do it? Okay, you should be able to see that. And let me get Gatu set up here. Okay,
Good day, Mr.
Gatu,
Kesh.
go ahead.
Thank you. Good day, Mr. Kesh. How are you?
I'm still alive and good.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm glad you are. And thank you very much, Rick, for having this page up. Now, Mr. Kesh, I have said that in recent times that your teachings become more profound every day, every time you teach. If I were to rate all your teachings, I would rate these as the most profound so far. So we expect more profound teachings in the future, and I look forward to those. Now about this structure, I want to confirm the structure, and then I will ask a few questions.
Yep.
Am I right?
Doesn't mean we have to answer. Huh? Rix will answer you, no problem.
I understand that very much. But what appears to be in the center here, the soul of man, the cup, if I'm looking at these as reactors, so am I correct to assume that would be above the others? that the base ones are cupped two on top.
No, we are not telling you anything. You decide.
Okay.
Put one on top
Okay.
of a mountain, one under the table, wherever. You decide.
Okay.
A lot
No
of you decided to stack the 5 together upright. I didn't understand something, and in another way, if all the horizontal being were supposed to go upright, what happened to the vertical one? The vertical went upright as well. And I looked at everybody made the matter state the same upright. I thought, don't they understand what they read? If you're a horizontal, why do you put it vertical on top of each other? So we explain it in that manner.
It's not so easy to understand, but to you it looks very easy. But of course, as you have,
It's not easy. It's understanding the principle of the interaction of the field.
Yes, and I really want to understand.
Let me explain to you. We have a guy called Dr. Assad in Iran. Now he proclaims that the technology was there in Iran and is his, and I've cheated, I've stolen everything from them. But he's a very religious man. And what he did, he made this cup of 5 cups parallel to his bed, not upright condition. And he sleeps in the direction of Mecca. And the direction of God says, man shall not lie. And it's just the physicality reads that direction. The soul is still in the process of cheating. And he made that, and he was telling me, I made this parallel with me. Does it make any difference? Where does the soul of the cup sit with you if it's in parallel with you? Or do you sleep upright? You understand? You got to decide in which way what do you expect to achieve and what energies you expect to receive. How you perceive it. Is it just you? Now you understand it's not you. It's more than you. We had this in a I started teaching this about 5 years ago, but it got lost because in the process, some of the knowledge seekers went the wrong way with it. And that was when the guy called Ali in Canada, actually, if he would have carried on with the teaching at that time with him, many of you would have reached these points there and then, but people were not ready, and he got carried away in a different direction. But in the process, we have taught everything. It's just now you didn't understand, now we make it to understand.
Thank you very much for making us understand.
I hope. I know I'm going to get told very soon by head of the Keshe Foundation, you have to explain the specificity in the specific. And in the teaching of today, I was trying to be very specific.
I have 2 questions.
Yeah.
At least 2. First of all,
how long do we have? A whole day or a year?
No, just very, very fast. Am I correct to assume that if this star formation is to feed the man, the soul of man, whereas the soul of man feeds the physicality, is it correct to assume that there will be another formation, star formation, to feed plants and to feed livestock or animals?
Excuse me. Who said it's humanity? We taught you universal way of feeding. Why again man became the center?
I would have to take
Did I connect anything to anything? I just showed you how to connect the center point and the soul. You still can change it.
Thank you very much. I understand now. Okay, the final question is, I'm trying to understand the fields as you have emphasized in recent times and forever.
So you
have
started
always
what?
emphasized. Understand the fields, how the fields flow, and the way
Fields.
at it, yeah, fields, gravitational
Yeah.
magnetic fields.
Yeah.
So I believe for each three of these, a free plasma is formed.
Not
And then
necessarily.
the
Not
free
necessarily.
plasma, not necessary. Okay.
Not
But
necessarily.
let me explain the way I saw it. I see it, and then you can perhaps
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong. So between
Yeah.
each three of these, so I'm looking at three triangles or star formations. I think there will be a free plasma between each three, and those free plasma
Always is. Always is. That
and
what
those
you call free plasma, we call it the fourth structure of the star formation. I just
okay. And
explained
now
for the creation. Yeah.
okay. And now those three free plasmas that I imagine that I see them right here, when they interact, they form the soul, the super soul.
We don't have a super soul. Each structure creates its own dynamic free flow. And even those three dynamic free flows have, and they interact with each other. If you move one of these four in a specific position and condition, you might create a fourth one, the way we do in a star formation. Or you choose to keep everything on the same level, and in a way, the center of your, depends how you create it, the field you create it. If you manage to create it, the soul of the total structure sits in the center of the middle one. In a way, if you look at it, if you get it perfectly right, in every aspect, the center of the soul of the whole system will sit here. But it's not just making everything on one plane, making sure that the field forces are in a position, in a strength. Then it comes, how many tens of the tube do you take? Is it the left hand or the right hand? Is it 1 centimeter deeper in the salt or 2 centimeter higher in the salt? That's your problem, not mine. But if you could get the field forces correct, in a way, your soul should sit somewhere in the center of the cup. Or can you create a condition that every center is an equal center? That is unique. Then there is no field for transformation. Point of justice. The beauty of the Creator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kesh, for sharing this knowledge freely. And I am now sure, even though we are supposed to go on break, I'm sure that I don't have a break to go to. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you indeed.
There was a question in the Q&A from Viviana, and it's questions from seekers of the Italian group. It's got to do with the cups. First question about the star formation. Is it important to do all the cups, or can you do the 1, 2, and 5, for example? And the second question is similar from another seeker: to elevate the
What do you
soul
mean 1, 2, and 5?
and leave out 3
Listen,
and 4.
we let me go this way. We thought the way works in the universe, you can create any combination you like. And then we see some people say, destroy all the cups, this and that. To you do they want to. Let them destroy the cups. And then some people make 3 of number 1 and 2 of number 2. This is the beauty of the knowledge. This is how the creation has become diverse. Huh? There is no formula pattern written. We don't create 7 billion vaccines exactly the same. There is not a single thing in the universe which has a copy.
So would it be true in the formation of souls as well, that they get, you know, they might miss a cup or 2 here and there, and end up being sort of not complete
In a limbo.
in a way? Mm-hmm.
Becoming in a limbo. You see, there is a
Sorry, go ahead.
there's a knowledge which we cannot share at this moment of time with man. This knowledge will be released in March. And the knowledge is already on the table. But as I said, mankind do not see it. You don't have the insight into the structure of the creation. And this is the way it'll work. There is a key to unravel the line of what I call energy or fields or knowledge into the whole cycle of the creation. We still teach you still test and make things, but mankind is not ready for that step. That step will come on 21st of March in the beautiful city of Tehran, where Mitra came from, in the land of Zoroaster, where the beginning of the belief in the Creator was set. It's not just because I'm Iranian or born there. This is the way we set it up. This is the way we want it to be. It's just like you set up a party, you decide what flower goes on which table and who sits at what table. Doesn't mean you're not invited to the party, but the structure, completion of that essence of completion start is said to be that day, that time. And we had to choose a place. Where better than where we started from to finish with and take man from the dimension of the village of the earth into the universal community. We chose the time and the place because we set the party. Because we see everybody be ready and mature by that time. Don't forget, next 3 months in the life of man is 1 season. In the universe does not even come to a second of it. Is man life circling around his own star, which has become his time and reference. In the universe, we don't have such a thing. There is no time and space because we have no point of reference where we go to and what is there to be. This is why we don't have time and space. Because we have no sun to rotate around, not even a unicos, not even at the center being the creator.
Mr. Kesh, Salamia has a question in the Q&A, has a hand up as well, but has a couple of questions that are related.
Can you read the questions?
The one question, well, the first one is, she says, we are light. The entanglement of light is possible because they say that the photons can't be entangled. I think that the light can be entangled, and this is the
but you have to see, what you call we are the light. We are not really the light. When we come in interaction with another fields, in our interaction with it, we manifest ourselves as the fields that you might call light. We have aura around us, but nobody sees it because the fields are not strong enough for it. Even we put 80 kilos of gansas in it or 100 kilo of gansas in it. Is it because the field forces of the gans of our body is not strong enough in comparison to field forces of the earth? We will be a bunch of light walking everywhere. Or we have decided in the structure of our life to pull in some of the fields of our creation and interaction between our soul and the physicality and the soul of the planet, that we can physically be seen. Go by the rules and the principles of light absorption. The colors we see of an object is the color which is not absorbed by the object. Doesn't this apply the same to the man? We are seen with what our soul does not absorb. And if mankind understands this, mankind understands how he can make himself appear and disappear and how to look. As I said, you can have a blue eyes today and a green one tomorrow, and you'll be black haired this morning and blonde in the afternoon without going to the hairdresser, because you work with the soul. We have to understand this. This is the problem.
Well, that gets into her second question, which is, what is the link between information and light, or the carrier of light, photons?
It depends. To you is the light, to me is information. Depends how you decipher it. It's the same as you look at the end of the, what you call the cables. You see a light, but when that light ends up in another machine at the end, becomes information that it can be translated to what it means. If you cut a fiberglass which carries information and look at it, you just see a flicking of light, it's a light. But if you end it up in a machine somewhere else which understands how to decipher this light, it's information.
One person uses it as a flashlight, and another person can transfer all the knowledge of a computer through it.
To translate it, that knowledge, the flickering of it, and the strength of it, and the length of it, and the rest of it. In the future, when you have these fiberglass, if you understand in the terminology, it will even carry the emotion of the information, not just the information. When I tell you, I love you, do I mean it with loving care, or do I mean because I have to say? And do I say it with anger because you said you love me, so I have to have something to say? You feel the emotion of it, not just by word of it.
I'm trying to envision how that gets carried by, how that aspect of information gets carried by light. How is that?
You have to take the matter state limitation of the carrier. You see, if I sit in front of you and don't say anything and just with eyes smile, you smile back. There is no need to say, no word said. And there is no fiberglass to carry it. It's the emotion which is carried by it, by the fields of observation. and you see somebody's, the back to says, oh, I can see you laughing because I had that emotion that you're happy, or you're laughing at me, I'm stupid, whatever. I know what that laugh means. It's becoming wise to the transfer of the energy in how it's transferred. The new technologies, systems which will come out, will carry this. In the enhancement unit, we built this deliberately. There's a structure inside the enhancement unit that this is why enhancement units are emotion, they handle the emotion and the physicality, because it's in their parameter. We have put a structure deliberately to carry emotion. It's the first time ever a system has inherently built in emotion.
Mr. Kesh, you mentioned the light of a smile, and that's sort of a contagious, as they say, or laughter and smiling and joy and so on. Now we have a situation where people are wearing masks everywhere, and so our lower part of our face is covered up. So now we have to look at different visual clues to...
Now you understand why Muhammad said cover the eye of the woman. Now the mouth is covered, he can't see except the eye.
And that's
now
it.
You understand
now
the power
you
of
start
the
to see
vision.
if someone's laughing or they agree with you, or they're kind of are tuned into your space through the eyes, and that's all that's left. And if we have to cover the eyes, then we're obligated to just work with our feelings directly.
Oh, it's like a blind man, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. So in a way, this is another blessing of the coronavirus.
Of the corona.
Forces people to go more inside rather than the external clues, which are sometimes contradictory. Someone could be laughing and ready to shoot you at the same time, or whatever. So.
There was an article somewhere, or a joke somewhere. It says, they banned us, they cursed us, now they become us. It was a Muslim woman with a burqa.
Yes, exactly. Last year you weren't allowed to go into a bank with a burqa on. This year you have to go into a bank with a burqa on.
They haven't proven yet that the virus can be transmitted by the look or by the eye. If somebody can confirm that it can be done, then you will see we all walking with the cameras inside the box. We have to walk. We can't even look. I'm waiting for that one to come. Somebody confirms that the virus transferred through the eye.
Well,
because we have it, huh? We have it.
Yeah, we have it. That's why they wear goggles in the emergency places, so they don't get the spray into their eyes, which can supposedly transfer the virus.
Yeah, it's interesting, but it's we had
more physical than you mean, I think.
Yeah, it is very interesting how what we were banned to do now we have to do. They passed a law in the French Parliament and in some European countries banning covering the face. Now they force you, but they don't say we have such a law. If you really want to follow the rule, says it's in the law, I cannot cover my face. Now you have to go in the parliament and make it undone that you can, you have to wear a mask. It's a very, very touchy situation at the moment with this, because there are so many laws has been passed to be able to see face recognition. How do you now recognize faces with the masks on, huh?
Mm-hmm.
In the office in Beijing, we have this face recognition. We had it when we had to go in. All the Chinese are about 1.20 meters, 1.40 meters with their eye level, and I had to bend to get my face, and you could always never not get the face right way because you don't know how much you bend to get to the camera. And it's a perception of the vision. by the system, how you can be recognized. And how do we recognize now with the masks?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Mr. Cash. I'm sharing something new. Now in China, the train station don't need you take off your mask. So if you only, if you wear your mask, they still can recognize you that you pass.
Yeah, but it's the eye recognition. What do you call it? What's the name for it? They recognize the eye. What do you call it?
Iris? The
iris recognition, yeah. Yes,
Uh-huh.
iris recognition. Iris actually is much more precise than the fingerprint. Yeah. You remember when we used to go into the office in Beijing?
Yeah.
I always had to bend to get to the camera.
Yes. Now in my community also had this face recognition, so I don't need to bring the key.
Any other question?
Perhaps we can hear from some of the people with their hands up here. Jefferson and Azar and Salamia have hands up. Maybe Jefferson will go ahead.
I think we're becoming very Muslim, huh? Letting the men in first, keeping the women in the back of the queue. But it's good to always come in the front. It's good sometimes to have equality, that we are equal everywhere.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Cash. How are you?
Could you tell us, not too bad, where are you from? Brazil?
Yeah, Jefferson Rodriguez from Brazil, São José dos Campos.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cash. Merci. And I would like to make it, by the way, two questions. The first question is talking about the 5-cup set. Inside them, cup 1, cup 4, cup 5, we have another cup inside that Oncio said that's to look the energy as usual. But I'd like to know if is there any difference between the small cup energy and outside of it, of each cup, from inertia, gravitational, magnetic field.
I don't understand what you mean.
Because when we built the 5 cups, we built with the small cups inside.
Which small cups?
It was suggested at one point, Mr. Kesh, you were talking about the small cup in the middle of the bottom of each cup, or some of the cups.
Yeah, yes, because there is no, that was introduced because people want to see ganses and they were not collecting ganses at the beginning, especially with a cup of soul. And this is what we suggested, okay, put a cup there, at least you collect the energies inside it. Yes, it's not necessarily that.
Okay, but once you have this cup, it's got a different GANs inside it. Cup number 5, it produced GANs. Only cup number 1 didn't produce any GANs, but the 4 and 5.
Cup number one in the vertical animals does produce. As you put in the environment, and it comes in interaction with the emotion of the people, it reacts.
Mm-hmm.
It's maybe if you're on your own and it doesn't interact with anything, you just don't see it. But the ones we create, like in the lab and in the design center, because we have so many souls interacting with it, it responds. And it's interesting how they respond. By the way, we have to announce that the Linz Exhibition Center, due to Corona and the regulation by the Austrian authorities, will not be open at least till the 15th of January, till a new decision is made by the authorities in how we can enter. We're still there, everything is there. It's just that due to regulation, a new decision will be made that when we can allow public into the arena. Because the center now is used as a COVID center, testing center. So if you come in, you might catch something.
Okay, may I ask another question, if you allowed
Yes.
me? Talking about the Universal Enhanced Spaceship Unit that is it available? I'd like to know about the we can make it jointly, individual effort. When you see only 5 countries that we are in this path to have this unit in their own country, we see that only 5 countries are in this jointly effort.
No, we have many countries. There is at the moment, what I see, more or less, maybe 16 countries will come into operation very rapidly, but they're all waiting to see the system in Arizona or in Austria or in Canada, that then they decide how they're going to set up and how they're going to do it. It's not that only 5, more or less, China, Iran, and Middle Eastern countries we have people from all over the world who want to put the system, but they're all saying we want to wait. We have a guy who wants to build a city or a structure like a small village in building this technology for whatever purpose it is. We have a guy in Middle East who wants to build a center just for his own family. People are taking it in different ways, but it's not only in 5 countries. Everybody is waiting for the Arizona to open up, they see and how they can use it and how they can replicate it.
Yes, I understood. But
even in Brazil, we already know, hopefully, where your country will receive it in Brasilia. South of Brasilia, we already know a place which we have shown interest to open maybe up to 24 units. We've been there. We already been there when we were last year in Brazil. We're still sitting on the agreement of taking the place, but with the corona situation at the moment, nobody's making any move. The new center will be open up in the factory in Africa. But we don't announce anymore what we're going to do because we got a bunch of hooligans who's sitting there spamming everything that they like, and now the governments and the others have started becoming wise to it. So we don't announce anything what we do. We don't need to. We are a foundation, we are privately run. We don't need to disclose anything to give food to a bunch of hooligans in Germany and Belgium. Bunch of pedophiles in a way. They lost their income one way, they're taking revenge on the others who die more. We even seen in past 24 hours, they start putting things in Brazil, chats, and Brazilians are immediately taking it off. They're fed up of nonsense and ridiculous points. It is, and it'll be shared accordingly to all over the place. And there are structures which needs to be set up and to be done. We are, even today, we are striving to extend the power and the technology of the reactors and the systems. Keshe Foundation development never stops. And as we develop, we extend it. Can we make the systems smaller to individuals? Once we develop the more structures, yes. We announced, we have system which we can put for all sorts of viruses. Like in the space, you go out, you catch a virus, you come in and you stand in the system, you deplete the virus within minutes. We are not looking at the corona, we're looking at the reality that the space is full of viruses. And so we have built the system for it, that we are a space program. And it's not just 5 countries, it'll be across every nation on this planet. Every district or city, you call it, because it's all one nation anyway. I think in Brazil, if you support the church, which starts, I think, from January, 2 days a week to teach plasma technology from the church, and the priest has taken the position for the Keshe Foundation Brazil to be there, as he was telling us last Friday. And we know even the Germans and the handout of the Belgians tried to convince the priest. He told them the knowledge he's tested it, you're talking loads of rubbish. These people are very active because they've lost. The beauty of the knowledge is shining. They were trying to pressurize the priest that everything is wrong with Mr. Keshe, character assassination. And he said, the knowledge is here, so many of my people have saved their lives with it. You're talking nonsense. We have to push on with technology, and these, the beauty of the knowledge will show itself. And it's taking over, taking hold. Hopefully, if it goes the way I would love to go, and our team is working on it in conjunction with one of the leading Iranian groups, we will establish one of the biggest corporations in the world in the coming weeks, even bigger than Microsoft. I have given my blessing to the team to complete negotiation. Keshe Foundation will rise as one of the biggest corporations in conjunction with the Iranian company and organizations across the world. We have the beautiful backing of people who understand, and I have authorized the completion of the negotiation. We don't need anything, because the structure of the Keshe Foundation will sit within the structure of this organization, which is part of the Iranian Sepah structure. We thank the heads and administration of Sepah and Iranian leadership in supporting the Keshe Foundation this way. We will launch one of the biggest corporations in the world in a very short time. In all aspects, health, energy, agriculture, in every aspect. We work hand in hand to bring the technology, as was said, the beauty of Iran. We can announce this as we are in the final phase, and they don't listen to the Belgians who call. You will see in a very, very short time. We've gone somewhere where the hooligans and the pedophiles and the prostitutes cannot reach. In where we are trusted to deliver, and they've seen the beauty of the technology. The technology, this enhancement unit, has to be manufactured in China and Iran and put across the world to every nation, every corner of this planet, and the technology to be taught that it can be used beyond the atmosphere of this village of Earth. Don't worry, it's only going to be 5 places, it's going to be every place. You carry a mobile phone, you already carry part of this technology in it, which was taught 10, 15 years ago in the patent. And enhancement units will be like those varies.
Thank you, Mr. Cash. Only good news, my point of view. And
if in Brazil, in Brazil, the support and work with Rafael and with the teaching which is getting started in the church and most probably many churches now across Brazil. And in time, we'll support you with all the enhancement units and everything. The location, hopefully, be completed in Brasilia. Is a beautiful place. You have a beautiful country and a beautiful nation, and we are there to support it.
thank you very much, Mr. Cash.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Rafael, are you behind the line? Would you like to explain this? Are you there? Do we see him or is he asleep?
I believe he's here. I think he got promoted or he suddenly disappeared. So not sure if Stanley promoted him or what happened there. Just give us a minute. There, he let him talk. There he is. He put his hand up, so he jumped to the top. Go ahead, Rafael.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, yes. Yes, Rafael. Good morning, darling.
Hello, Mr. Cash.
Hi. Would you like to explain to us what is about to happen in the Church of God in São Paulo?
So hello, everybody. Rafael from Brazil. And we were talking with I was talking now in reality with the priest here, and he was sending me a message because they had a teaching yesterday about the plasma technology, and they will send me pictures and videos about this teaching. And now this Saturday we will make a meeting with the priest and with the knowledge seekers that are in the church teaching about the technology to make the arrangements to start the teachings in the schedule of the next year for the church. And they are planning to make these teachings in the church twice a week at least for 6 months. So they are structuring how they are going to pass this knowledge in the church now. And the idea of the priest is to make this structure to put to other churches to do the same. So this Saturday we'll sit together to organize this, and we'll give the first. They want to teach about the basics on plasma science, and then go further in the teachings. So we'll sit and talk about this.
Can we ask a lot of knowledge seekers from Brazil who listen? Those who are old hands, try to get in touch and work with Rafael, that the churches near you can start teaching in cooperation with this church to most of the people to save lives with Corona. Is the responsibility of what I call the old knowledge seekers, who now they've been pulled in under the false name, but to another group, the same way as we've seen set up by character assassination. Go back to serve your nation, not what I call those who are misguiding your people, and many lives are getting lost. The governments, the two organizations work within the structure of the appropriate organizations, and those knowledge seekers who in a way in Brazil, been there a long time, we go back to and start saving your people and your nation from the grip of this disaster, and try to consolidate to see how faster you can increase the teaching in the churches, in the mosques, that people can start saving life. The Iranians do it in the mosques, and the other way, and the Christians do in the churches. Either way is the path we can serve humanity. and stop listening to those who've been paid to character assassinate because the pay is too good. There's something which I have to. Do you want to explain any more about this, please, Raphael?
Hello.
Yes.
So yeah, for now, this is all the information that we have, and once we will start this, we will update everybody in the public teachings in Portuguese language and here
Yeah.
too.
Thank you very much. You had a beautiful teaching on Friday with the priest. He is highly involved in the plasma technology in his church.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cash.
This is the hard work of you and all the new knowledge seekers in Brazil serving your nation. Doesn't matter what religion or color or whatever you have. There is something which I have to tell you. Those of you who sit in the prime positions in Keshe Foundation around the world, we have noticed that the Belgians have started through Belgian companies contacting, trying to get the key Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers to work for them. Out of nowhere, they offer you big jobs. And you wonder why. These Belgian organizations are set up now that they've seen the Keshe Foundation is broken through this way to come through this. We've seen 2 companies out of nowhere, suddenly without any knowledge, have offered big jobs to Keshe Foundation key people in that country. Please be aware, is another thing which is happening. Don't think they love you, they're coming through you, trying to influence the work of the foundation from inside. We have this in black and white with 2 nations we have seen, 2 of the Keshe Foundation key people or active people. Just be aware. Any other question? Thank you very much, Raphael. It was a pleasure to be in the teaching on last Friday.
Okay,
Thank you,
perhaps,
Mr. Cash.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your work in Brazil.
perhaps we can hear from Azar now and Salamia.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Cash. Can you please put those structure up again? Because I have a question about that. And while you're doing this, Mr. Cash, I just have a comment about vertical and horizontal, because the verticals are the trees which they are in the ground, which is, they have no choice, they're stuck there. But then I just don't know why we call us horizontal, because we can go wherever we want. We can go 360 degrees. So we kind of like a round.
No, because when we leave you, you go flat on the floor, you go horizontal.
I mean, when we're dead, you mean?
No. Do you sleep standing up? Does any animal sleeps standing up?
No, I can't sleep when I'm sitting.
Yes, but Dutch sleep in a cupboard too as well. But the majority of the humans go flat when you say they're horizontal with their planet.
Okay, I got it. Mr. Cash, my question on this structure is on each of them, there's this little line connecting this core. What are those little lines? There's another
These pictures are taken from the set. If you look, when we show the first pictures of the set, it's done by the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers in the office.
Okay, so it was part of the 5 stackers, and you took it off, and okay.
We took it up.
Okay, so they are freestanding. There is no connection anywhere. Freestanding.
No.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much. It's amazing how knowledge seekers are observing. Even the little lines count.
Okay, perhaps we can hear from Salamia next.
Hello, Mr. Cash. Hello, everybody. I would like to ask you what is energy regarding to light and fields. You said that fields are the interaction of two twin cosmic rays, divine rays. How do you call this? Not important the name. And this interaction of these two cosmic ray creates fields and creates energy from these fields. What is the place of light in this equation? Not equation, in this context. And if light can be particle and wave, you said that fields are particle in this new type of physics.
No, we have explained this, the difference between particles and fields or photons and waves or whatever you call it,
Yeah.
in how it comes to be and which one is which. And most of the waves eventually become particle because in interaction with the other fields, they find the balanced fields and they become a plasma. Is the point of us, I mean, is the time and the position of the observation. All the fields, one way or another, long term become particles.
This was an animation that we came up with a few years ago to sort of indicate one way of approaching it.
So all waves potentially can become a particle, but when only when they have certain condition.
No, certain interaction point.
Interaction.
There is no condition.
No.
At the end, they'll find a match. And when they find a match, they interact. You see, there are two ways which in the future, in the coming weeks, are going to more detail. Two things can happen to a wave or to a particle. One is that, as we just saw in the animation, they become a plasma, yeah, in their attraction. And there is a way which happens in most of the structure, even in your body at every second, every minute, is that the wave or the energy plasmatic condition, not in the matter state as a gas state, become added onto. There are two types of interaction in the universe. One you add onto, which becomes a same plasma in a higher strength, and one that you interact with, which becomes a plasma. In a GANS structure, we add two, but within the same structure. In the particle physics or in a physics, in the matter state, they interact with each other that they become a plasma. You can load up on each other or they interact to become plasma. Again, what we see is a plasma with many fields, packages structured inside it like a sun. This is a very fine terminology in the world of the physics, the nuclear physics, and into cosmology, in the physics of cosmos fields interaction, which when we come to it, maybe in 2 or 3 years time in teaching, because I don't see mankind becoming developed to understand it so early. Maybe in 2 or 3 years time, if we carry on with the teaching, we'll start speaking about the interaction of the fields of the plasma within the structure of the cosmos. It is part of the cosmology, deep space travel, that I don't see if we started discussion, will be understood. Where we show how energies sit inside each other as a package in a GANs. You see, you say it's a CO2. It's not that in chemistry you have a carbon and 2 oxygens. Is amalgamation of the fields inside where the energy package up to a limit is of the carbon and thereon is of the oxygen. It's just, if you look at it, it's like a funnel but curving and dynamically rotating. And in fact, if you bring an oxygen, it still works within the center oxygen, which is the field strength. This is the science of plasma physics in the cosmology, that we use these for deep space, what we call transmutation, where we create matters of the plasma in the dimension of the transmutation of the fields. It's a very deep, I've written some papers about this, which is not published, but it's in some of the, what I call USB sticks, which I explained this in a very touchy way, because when I wrote it some 20 years ago, it could not be understood. And I don't see that we have scientists who can cross that line to understand it, because it brings in another way of what you call transfer of the field in the dimension of the universal process, which allows man to travel in the structure of the unicos, not inside the universes, but within the universes. And man needs that to understand more about the shape of the wave, as you call it, or the shape of and the interaction of the plasma. So maybe in 2-3 years' time, if we go the way we start teaching so fast after March, when we bring the new understanding into it, maybe we go that way.
Yeah, because I was trying just to understand the link between my wish emotions, I mean the wave of emotions, and the cosmic ray, how I can
your emotion is a plasma. Your emotion is not a wave.
No. Yes, it's a plasma. I understood. Everything is plasma in this
world. No, it's
from
you see, your emotion is plasma because it's created from the fields of the physical soul and the soul of the man. It cannot be wave. It's a particle, it's a plasma. It cannot be. Our emotion, that's why it can change. It can have dimension, it can have strength. Because it is not a wave. Wave comes to pass. But emotion is a creation of the fields without tangibility, which is a plasma. And because of its plasmic condition, you can have changes in it, strength in it, and you can position it.
It's dark matter, you mean?
There is no dark, it's very clear.
Not dark, how do you call it? Not dark.
It's a principle.
Yeah.
It's a principle energy. Any other question? Thank you very much.
Sorry, I am a auto-cosmologist. I study on my own because I love physics, and I think that you are the only person who can answer to my questions. And
sorry about that.
We can understand each other in the future. Maybe I will be enrolled as a student in private and will be better.
No problem, but I'm not there. I don't go to the teaching, and I somehow keep on missing Friday question answers to the private teachings.
Yeah.
Not deliberately, but I realize when it's too late. Any other question, Rick, please? Thank you very much.
Yes. We can go to Antonio in the Q&A. Antonio says, Mr. Keshe, all our questions will be answered when we die to the physical, then we connect to the fields of our soul. This star formation...
Is that the wishful thinking?
Okay, he goes on to say, this star formation gives us the condition to find or sense these fields. So in a way, pointing the way. Is this, Mr. Kesh, what you are saying?
Not really. That's what, if
Certainly
that is
not.
your, if that's your understanding of it, maybe it'll take you somewhere.
Well, in a way, don't we die to the physical when we go to sleep, for example? We are no longer physically moving around. I mean, we do sometimes, we toss and turn in our sleep, but essentially it's only when we die to the physical, when we rest at night, for example, that it's able to release those and we connect with those fields of the soul. So maybe that's
We
more
don't
what-
die, we go on a standby in the physical condition when we sleep.
Yes, but we don't die when we die either, as far
Nope.
as that goes. So
We just
whole-
change car and transportation.
right. Some people are really attached to their cars, though, and if they were to lose their car, they would think they were losing themselves, when they can just move to another car.
Yep.
Okay. James asks, are the new 5 cups going to be for sale at the KFSSI store?
Pardon?
Are the 5 cups going to be on sale in the
I think
KFSSI
they
store?
are for sale.
I know
Aren't they?
the 1 cup one.
But I know the Chinese are selling it. Wang Lin, are you in the background? She's in the factory at the moment. She's traveled there.
Yes,
Wang Lin,
Mr. Cash, yes.
you sell the 5 cups, don't you, in
Yes,
China?
we do sell the 5 cups in China, and the goods are ready, but we are preparing the instruction, the specification of the new 5 cups. And because Charles, he always want to do perfect job, so he gave to somebody for some time now, and we are waiting for him to make a beautiful drawing and finish that part, and then we can give it to you as like a advertisement. Even we had already designed the frame for the 5 cups also.
Okay, there she is. There's something we announced that from this week, Keshe Foundation China will sell dry gases of CO2, Zn, and CH3. They're applicable in some of the conditions, as because we cannot ship liquid around the world, and they've been, has been put for sale in 101 kilogram quantities, because some of the application in the future will need that much, but it takes a lot of gases to produce a dry gas, and we have put a value of €500 for 100 gram, and it's a dry gas, and in the large quantities, in 1 kilo and 2 kilos, will be offered, because soon we will announce how you can use dry gases for specific conditions. It's roughly €5,000 per kilo. There is something which I have to remind knowledge seekers. This was what was talked by the head of the Keshe Foundation a couple of weeks ago. We kept the prices of the commodities of the Keshe Foundation website at the rate to be able to be discounted for the foundation. New prices, which is more realistic in line with what it cost us and can support the operation of the Keshe Foundation, will come from 1st of January. I think the head of the Keshe Foundation, the other lady, is somewhere online if she wants to explain. No one wants to talk. Anyway, from the 1st of January, new prices will come into the shops, except the enhancement unit. Everything will change.
The promotion was already mentioned at the beginning of the year when we started, and on the website, people can see that all the promotions were valid until 31st of December 2020. So starting with 1st of January 2021, the prices will come to their regular value.
Just one say. Do you know how you're going to structure it? You just place the new prices on.
Yes, the prices on the website that are now will be changed. So the products will remain the same, just that the prices will be the full price, not the discounted price. Currently, we have discounts from 50 to 67%, and then we will come back to the regular prices, which is the full price. And everyone can see what is the full price as well currently, just that they will be able to purchase at the discounted price up to 31st of December.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Any other question?
There was a question whether orders are shipping from the factories at this point. Is there still problems with the Chinese factories and all that?
We have become well organized, better organized in the past few weeks. The China operation has been strengthened in the office there, and dispatch from Austria has been restructured, and we have more people who are dedicated to complete this very quickly. We had a backlog of a lot of things now. More or less by Christmas, we should be able to cover most of the things except a couple of items, which still need to be completed in China and in Europe. Most of the things now, the books are all being met, and other things, we have new people in the office which are responsible for seeing a lot of dispatches, things to go out. We went through a shock wave. It took us a couple of years to get through what we set up in Italy, and it had to be restructured. Now gradually we're coming out of it, but at the same time there's a lot of other developments.
Okay, thank you. We have someone new, Lena, who has a hand up here and also has a question in the Q&A. So perhaps we can allow them to go ahead and speak.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello. Kalispera from Greece. It was quite interesting to follow all this conference and this new knowledge for me. Actually, I wanted to figure out how plasma through the magnetical field is working. What is the function of the plasma with the magnetical field for the human body? First question is this. And in relation with our emotional DNA, let's say.
Yes. The gases or plasma is a dynamic structure of fields. And is literally like a rotating ball, like Earth. Earth is a plasma. And when you have such a condition, they continuously interact with other fields which are dynamic again in their environment. And in that process, the interaction of the fields will release or absorb both fields as in different strength or maybe the same strength. It's very much like a ball which you rotate. Depends on how fast you rotate it over your head, changes the noise. And it's the same thing, it's the dynamic field, but instead of the noise, that noise has come from interaction of the fields within the ball with its environment. That's how easy it can be explained or simple way. Plasmas are not a static ball, they're not a static entity. They're dynamic. And they interact with this condition, with their environment. They are as much spread fields out as they take in, is another one way. And we see this one in the structure of the magnets. When you put a magnet, which is a static field in a way, but it's still dynamic because they go out of the magnet, you see the iron doesn't stick all in one place, all of the surface. It has gaps in. And in that gaps is where the fields go in. Even if it's very fine. It's a plasma is a living entity. It takes and it gives. It takes of the higher order, so it needs a smaller gap. And it gives of the lower order, well, so it's bigger. It creates more span. And your second question, can you repeat it, please?
Yes, as consider now plasma in relation with our human organism and our emotional DNA. I just want to figure out the diversity. How, okay, you explained to me how is functioning plasma according to our normal body, but I want to understand the fine difference, how it's function about the emotional part of us.
Plasma of emotion is exactly the same as plasma of any matter, as other GANs, but is not at the strength that physically we can see it. But we have equipments and systems, and in the future, most probably, better systems that we can see the emotion, the plasma of the emotion, the light it creates, the information it gives. It's the same. It's just not in the physical, tangible dimension. And it is a fraction of the field, the strength of the emotion and the soul together in interaction. And depending on the strength of which one is stronger, we feel the emotion in different way. The strength of the soul never changes. It's the strength of the soul of physicality or the emotion which comes through the physicality, which in interaction with the field of the soul will lighten up. You feel a weaker feeling or you see a stronger feeling. It's very much like the interaction of the field of the earth and the sun. In the morning is very weak, is very light. But when it's daylight, when it's facing with a lot of energy, you feel the warmth. You are in the noontime. And it's the same, but this time the fields of the emotion come by a strength. And depending on the strength which is brought, the energy is being brought from the inner being to interact at a given position with the field of the soul, it dictates how strongly we feel that. Is it the morning sun or is it the full sun, and how we react to it. If it's simple, something we just have sympathy, and if it is very strong, we cry and we show a lot of emotion. But in fact, it's a strength of how much the physical soul has brought information to interact with the sun. And at each part of our brain we have detector sensors for that specific bandwidth of strength. And when it reaches that, we call that bandwidth, let's say, happiness or joy. If it's a slightly different, we call it sadness. If it's a slightly different, it could be something else. So scientifically now we can pattern the brain. And scientists from Cambridge have done a program on it because I've used it. I've not used it, I've been there when it's been used. You can say the emotion, you can measure it now.
Yes, of course, for different regions in brain sectors, dopamine, and all these things that brain is including.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your answers. Now is more delighted to my brain. And I have another question. If I can ask, may I ask you or
Yes, carry on.
somebody?
Can I ask you what is your background, please?
Yes, of course. Actually, I'm a physiotherapist, and despite that, I'm also a journalist in Greek media and in Canadian media as well.
Are you the lady who's asked for documents or pictures to publish?
Yes, correct.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are. We'll give it to you. Yeah, thank you very much. I received a message yesterday on our network. I will send you the picture. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes. What's your next question?
I have make a small study about you. Through all the details, your assistant, Mr. Tech, can also give me the permission to do so. So I saw that you are involving a lot with humanity projects.
Yes.
And I want to describe us also this other aspect of you. When you realize that you have to offer something to humanity by your side, by your truth. What is this exactly? A better condition of life, of course, if we're going to understand the diastemic and cosmological theory in praxis of the human life. But I have the feeling that you can offer something in a more higher level that is going to be an holistic approach. So can you describe us also this side of you about the humanity? Because you're a fighter of light about humanity.
First of all, it goes back to the childhood. I come from a well-off background. I was educated in a private education in Iran. And in a very specific way, being in an Islamic country, I was brought up by the Christians and Zoroastrians and the Jews in the same class. And the ethos of my school was we are all equal. Doesn't matter what we believe in behind the door. And being brought up in such a culture with the Zoroastrians, and I came to see the truth, that they're all the same. And in that process, becoming a nuclear physicist, striving to reach the knowledge of the physicality and discovering the gravity, because gravity was an enigma. Then it came to the point in midlife, I became wealthy enough that the wealth has no meaning. It wasn't satisfying anything, except that you could physically help some people, but with the knowledge you could save a lot and do a lot. And in the process of the development of the technology from young age, it became fulfillment to cover everything, that a man becomes independent. And in around 2000, in completing, understanding the process of the gravity and start building the first reactors and the first processes, you could see this knowledge is a gift and it has to be given to everyone. You couldn't hide it. And in 2004, 2005, I was adamant that I want to get the technology, but I couldn't see how to get it into public that everybody knows. And I came across people who wanted to put it in the process of patents, that they can secure it and their financial income from it. And then I studied the patent principle in a bigger scale, and I found that the patents are the best way for me to get my knowledge out, but then open it once it's published internationally. So I waited 3 years till it became 18 months, and then it goes in the European patent publication. And then I released it to all the nations when it was the right time in 2012, 13. And the process is, this is the knowledge of the creator. We are just the container which carries it. We have no claim to it and no possession. So when you're detached, you give. And I'm very much detached from everything. I live a life that it befits the way I lived all the time. But in essence, the knowledge is a knowledge of the creation and the creator. You cannot charge what is not yours, but at the same time, you learn sharing the knowledge brings a lot of comfort to the others who can use it. And you share and they use it, and you see the beauty of it, you allow the people use it. And the more people get involved, and as is now in 15 years, 2005, when we established the Keshe Foundation, in 15 years, we have reached over tens, hundreds of millions of people. And everybody's using it according to their understanding. And I'm not short of anything. And the pleasure of it is when you see people use it to alleviate their souls and live a more comfortable life. And some others use it to create a condition for the others. No claim to anything, but to be able to share. And others like Rick and around the Keshe Foundation, we all live the same way. As one of our friends in the lab yesterday was telling me, bending under the table, he said, these guys going on time, they're not like us, we are missionaries. We believe in what we do. They get paid for what they do. And it's a big difference. We feel it. We have a mission to serve humanity.
Speechless, really. Thank you very much for this answer.
Thank you very much. Any other question, or are we within the time?
Yeah, we're
2 minutes.
2 minutes and counting, as they say.
Yeah.
Jefferson has some questions, and Marina's had her hand up. How do you think we should proceed? Even with our ending, it's still probably going to go over the 4 hour mark.
4 hours. So let's man us to speak, and then we call it a day.
Okay, Marinez, go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Hello, everybody. Congratulations for finally, with patience, achieving what you wanted somehow in Iran. And I thank very much SEPA, which is helping you. That's great. Excuse me, I'm out of breath. I wanted to ask, where is and what is this memory bank which affects the emotions? What's the nature of it? Where is it? The past memories, the very, very past memories, which emotion. Thank you.
Our body carries a DNA, and our soul carries the RNA, I would call it, of the soul, which is the memory bank of every noise, sound, us, our ancestors, and those who we came through the cosmos have heard. It's just that we have to be able and get the knowledge how to tap into it. And what does it mean? As I explained once to one of my children, it's like a computer, and you have different disks in it, but everything is recorded in the main disk. And you have to understand the emotion of it when it was recorded. Otherwise, it's a noise and something you don't understand. So what we carry, the way, as I said many times, we carry the color of the eye of our grandfather and maybe the nose of our great-great-grandfather we never met. In our, what we call RNA, we carry their memories and whatever they heard too, because it's not just physical recording, it's a dimension of even the emotion of it. And we understand this technology, we understand this process, and in a coming time, many of us will listen to the time and the place to where our ancestors have been. It doesn't come from another dimension. It's the recording on the RNA of the what it came with the DNA to create us. We are not coming out of just a sperm and an egg. This sperm and egg has been connected to those who created our fathers and our forefathers, even to the first man or the first creature was on this planet. In time, when the man goes deep enough, we'll see it through his own strength of the memory of the RNA of the soul of the man. Then in that direction, we will hear what has happened and we've been present across the universe. In the physical dimension, we hear the voice and the emotion of the man. And when we evolve to understand the way we taught today, to reach that level, then we understand the history of the universe, and that's why we carry the knowledge as we are part of it. It hasn't changed just because we have become physical citizens of one planet. The collective knowledge is the same. So we have emotions with the memories which has come, but we have to understand how that memory, what emotion was created. Shall we call it a day? Thank you very much for today. Maybe today is a point of turning point for many of you if you understood, and just don't copy the cups, but understand the fields and the emotions they create. And maybe in that path, in the coming time, we teach you how to connect to a bigger dimension in the world of the creation. As man matures to understand more, and it's not just a noise, but has a meaning and emotion. Thank you very much, Rick. Thank you for the whole of the Keshe Foundation team around the world, from China to Brazil, from Canada to South Africa, and to all our team in Australia and the rest of the world across Europe. Keshe Foundation has become one of the largest scientific organizations across this planet, where everyone shares knowledge freely, even in the Church of God and in the mosques across Iran, as you've seen before. Share it freely and unconditionally. That's where the gift is. Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Beautiful. Okay, those who still have questions, you can hold them off until the next Knowledge Seekers workshop. And I was not sure about whether we have the, what do you call it, the testimonials meeting on Monday coming up, or if that's been canceled due to the new schedule for the break. And also for the One Nation, One Planet. I'm not sure if that's continuing through the break period, or do we take a break with those
We
shows?
we have always carried on with the Tuesdays and the Thursday meetings, as I can recall, as we go into the holiday season. All the
As
other
well as the Kesh Plasma Reactor Group too.
reactor groups, yes. These
Okay.
three teachings have been going on since the establishment.
So
And
maybe we'll just take a
in
break
Nepal.
with the testimony, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you very much.
Okay, if there's no other announcements or things to say, let me put up the screen.
The only thing is that the Iranian Keshe Foundation team, please support the Keshe Foundation office in Tehran, as now they're becoming busy, and we need huge amount of support to meet the demand of the nation. The same goes with the Brazilian Keshe Foundation. With the establishment of and working with the churches, we need the knowledge seekers to come back in and start teaching your nation to save lives. It's your duty and your responsibility. Withholding the knowledge to save is an act on the soul of the man. Thank you very much.
One more thing, Mr. Kesh, is you mentioned at one point about getting more guests onto the show. It could be spiritual leaders or other influential people that are, interested in presenting their perspective as well as interacting with the plasma technology perspective. Could you say just a little more about that and what people can do that might know some of these people, how they can make that happen?
This is an initiative by, as we have knowledge seekers from all cultures and nationalities and religions, that they bring their own culture and their own leaders in religious or whatever to start understanding the work of the foundation and how the knowledge can be used by the community and the society. And Dr. Azar is behind a lot of this work at the moment in organizing with the churches and with the what you call the Baha'is at the moment, with trying to working up all the religions and all the groups with the Iranians and the others to bring religious groups and the governmental groups to work. She's taken this on her shoulder and she's working in the background with it. And it's collective. We had the priest, we had the rabbis, or we have the Iranian religious people who usually come into the teaching on Wednesdays now in the background or on the front. And so we're trying to get the dialogue between people, irrespective of their color, as you understand, they were, being a priest or politician. And gradually, we are managing to bring that position forward because it makes sense to them, and in a way, some of them have used it. And this is how we have seen, as I said, with the priest in Brazil, we've seen ayatollahs and mullahs and clergymen in Iran who have saved their lives through using the technology with Corona. And now they don't care as long as it can be spread to save more people in the nation. Even as we speak now, there are meetings in Iran on the levels to bring the technology into rapid development. As Keshe Foundation now is an organization, a registered company, and can do a lot. The beauty of it is they don't look at the color or race or religion. Many of these people want to serve their nations. So if you have religious leaders or others in the university, in the structure of the scientific organizations, we need to explain the technology in a new way that they can understand, they can relate to it. Not the way it was done up to now. Most of the time that we are teaching and we are going, as the head of the Keshe Foundation always says, both of them, you have to make people to understand. Then they go, you just teach. And this is gradually setting in my, what they call, brain to teach and try to make it to understand that we can go to the next step. Bring as many religious and clergymen and the rest, not to become the supporter of the foundation, but to understand the evolution in the new technology. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Keshe. Okay, I think that wraps it up for today's 358th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, December 10th, 2020. Once again, thank you everybody for attending and participating in today's workshop and for all the great questions, and of course, a big gratitude to Mr. Keshe, as we all express quite often here, for all the work that he does to bring this this knowledge and technology to this planet and to the universe. This is a wonderful time that we're living in. Okay, till next time, bye for now.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. KesheFoundation.org/donate